wants to recap last session for a point of inspiration?
I can do it.
Okay.
I waited. I paused. We set out from the not Barovia. That's the land we're in. The village of what's the village of Barovia?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Village.
the
Village of
land of
Strange.
Barovia, the village of Barovia. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
We had a number of encounters along the way, including a group of skeletons, which were uh, rather than full of straw, stuffed with um, black raven
Scarecrows.
feathers.
Scarecrows. You said skeletons and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
I did say skeletons. I don't know why.
Sorry, continue.
Ah,
You had me panicked because I was like, "I don't remember that at all."
scarecrows, not skeletons, stuffed with raven feathers instead of straw, which was very, very weird and off-putting, especially for Arium, apparently. We bumped into a group of wolves that were trying to bring down a horse, although we did rescue the horse. We bumped into a very strange old man out training his undead cats.
A young man.
Uh, Young man, sorry. It just, he gave off old man vibes, like
Yeah,
weird
he's weird.
old man vibes.
Yeah, he's weird.
With his undead cats, who is apparently not well thought of here in Vallaki because he did warn us not to bring up his name of Ivan,
No.
right? No, it's something.
Uh,
I'm so bad with names.
and now I'm scared I'm gonna get it wrong when I say it, so let me find
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
again.
Regardless, we pressed on and found a small child um, hiding in the woods, essentially. Um,
Christopher.
Christopher. Okay.
Yes.
It had a weird like last syllable to it that made me think it
Victor
wasn't
Valakovich.
Victor. That's what it was. Um,
Oh, I didn't see that you typed it. I just
yeah,
scrolled
yeah.
up.
Uh,
I'm not sure, but I think
who
his name was Victor.
found his way into the woods from a windmill, having been brought there by his mother along with his sister. In trade, as we eventually found out, everything's technically right, but just slightly off in one detail. Uh, Welcome to my memory. Um, um, Turns out when we found our way there to the windmill, it turns out that there was a trio of, and I'm air quoting heavily sarcastically here, old women, Morgantha, Bella, and Ophalia, um, who had been traded the two children in exchange for uh, green cookies, I believe they were.
Dream
Dream
cookies.
Dream
pastries.
I will
pastries.
to, to tag along on Ted's veer to the left, my veer to the right. I've been staring at it, trying to figure out what I wrote down because the best I could come up with was, were we talking about drama pastries at some point? Because so we're doing
um,
great.
I call them. No, they were definitely the dream pastries because that the whole point of them is that basically they're like rated PG opium cookies here in Barovia. The people who are living rather dull and squalid lives take them to dream of places other than here so that they can um, not have to live in a mist-shrouded, wolf-ridden, terrible place. We did end up making an exchange to get Vasca, who is Christopher's. It sounded better the first time I said it. Vasha. You know what?
Sorry, I'm not trying to be nitpicky. I'm just
Wait.
delighted. I'm just fucking delighted.
Wizards, can we just use normal names, please? I know that that's very Eurocentric of me right now, but
You
No,
know, you say
it's good.
that, but all of these names are highly European.
And Ted, honestly, like every name being slightly off, I've never felt more seen in my entire life. Like, this is it's
I don't
Yeah.
think Zazarak has ever called Irina.
That's true. That's true.
I've used like at least 7 different
Oh my God.
pronunciations, none of them the correct one.
Oh my God, I forgot literally the most important fact of this recap. Speaking of Irina, tangentially speaking of Irina, she is busy writing the reincarnated, but actually a summoned body possessed by the spirit of the space hamster Floof. God, how could I leave that out? That's the first thing that happened, and also potentially the most important.
Absolutely.
Certainly not important that we all decided we wanted to kill this coven of definitely not hags. Anyway, we we rescued Vasha. We traded. What did I just break? We traded nothing. It turns out. Okay.
We traded some junk.
Yes. Yeah, we traded mostly junk. We traded
Trinkets.
some trinkets and the items that we had seized from the haunted house in the city of Barovia. For Vasha, the hags were, I won't say happy to take them, but they did take them because of the memories imprinted on them. Not our memories, but the original memories. So I'm sure that won't bite us in the ass later. Then we hopped back on the road and have arrived at the gates of the town of Vallaki. We have not gained entrance yet, although I do specifically want to once again reiterate my love for their decor of a bunch of spikes with wolf heads impaled on them, because, nothing says fuck you to the Lord of the Land like impaling the creatures that the last town we were in was like, yeah, they're his, and he definitely knows when they die. So props to the balls on the town of Vallaki. Collectively.
I hate the maps of the cities in this module because every single one of them is oriented backwards. We have here the accurate north and west and east. However, explicitly in text, the only way to come from the Svalik Road to Vallaki is through the east. And in the city of Barovia, it was the same fucking deal. Their roads entrances, their roads in and out are wrong on their town maps, and it pisses me the fuck off.
only somewhat similar, and I'm only going to bring it up because I'm looking at it right now. In this one specific Pokemon game that I'm doing my EV breeding thing in, the sun rises in the east and sets in the sun rises in the wrong direction, whichever way is wrong.
What the fuck?
Right.
Like right now it's
sets in the
evening.
east.
Yeah. Right now it's evening and my shadows are pointing west.
Do you have like a compass or
not really a compass, but like when you're looking at the game, up is always north, basically. And like the map, the big map like reinforces that, and I like looked it up. Like it is just a known thing that in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, the sun for some reason rises in the east, or rises in the west, sets in the east.
Hmm.
So yeah, just funny fact.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Like this game
Deeply
takes place in the
strange.
same physical location as Pokemon Legends Arceus. Like they're both in the exact same like region, and in Arceus the sun rises correctly. Like if I'm in the same geographical location, like it's
No,
the
you're
other
in
way.
the you're in the mirror universe of the same
Yeah.
geographic location.
Yeah, apparently.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry,
Um,
it's just
it's okay. I just don't know how to go back to that other than to say anyway.
anyway.
Much like the direction of the setting sun in the Pokemon game that Tyler is playing, the old Savick Road is on the opposite side of the map as it should be. But that is where we find ourselves as we are trying to enter the city of Vallaki.
Adam, take a point of inspiration.
Thank you.
Ted, I won't deny you your inspiration for your recap.
Actually, you know what? Max, thank you for that point of inspiration. And Ted, your recap was so enjoyable. Take a point of inspiration from me.
I'll get it from you when I use it. I'm not gonna
Okay.
record.
When you give it to me later, I'll take it.
Right. As
I'm not
literally
above
every right, as literally every D&D game we've ever played together bears out. Yeah, that checks out.
I'm enjoying this energy. Okay. Yes, approaching from the east to the gates of Vallaki, you have in front of you the gate to the city, which is closed. You can see into the city proper, some from where you stand on the road, but the gates themselves are closed. You see that there are guards at the battlements. You also see the pikes with the mounted wolf's heads and the small tributarial uh, paths that go from both the Svalak Road and as well as from other entrances into the city itself that that take their way into the forest where you can probably maybe hear but also see some uh, parts of what is very evidently a hidden away Vastani settlement. Uh, so it is up to you how you'd like to proceed, or I mean, really, which direction you'd like to go.
Shall we try these guards and see if we can get into the city?
That seems like the forward route.
Yes.
We
I
should prioritize, I think, making sure Irina is set up hospitably and safely. We can seek an audience with Vistani afterward.
Yes. And
Yes. Good.
oh no, I've got nothing to say, Arian, please.
I was just going to say that we do need to still decide what we are going to do with Christopher and Vasha. I'm not sure I feel comfortable returning them to a mother who would trade them away in such a fashion. I don't know if perhaps there is an orphanage, or perhaps I would not want to impose on you, Irina, to care for them until we can find somewhere more suitable for them. But perhaps there is a church or an orphanage, or maybe even the Vistani themselves. They may be perhaps the safest place for the children. The lord of this land does seem to have some fondness for them.
Yes, I I completely agree that returning these children to their mother will most likely result in them just ending up in Morgantha's hands again. So I think all of the options that you've brought up seem reasonable. We'll just have to investigate which ones are viable. But I believe before we'll be able to do that, we probably need to gain entrance. So, and I'll approach the gate. Hello there. Um, we are travelers interested in visiting Valaki. We see that the gate's closed. What must we do to gain entrance?
The two guards who are on the other side of the gate, they stand within. Both of them bear long pikes that could easily be used to potentially skewer anyone through the closed gate itself. One of them steps forward and says, "You are travelers on the road. You wish for passage. Are you coming through Valaki, or are you looking to stay?"
Well, that is a complicated question. The three of us, and I will gesture to myself and Ariam and Zeldrin, we are but passing through. However, um, we do have some here that are planning on staying. And in fact, these two children we have rescued from, they're from Valaki, and we have rescued them from individuals that meant them harm. So we are looking for a safe place and a nurturing environment in which to leave them.
The other steps forward and whispers something with the covered hand to the one who has spoken first, and there's a kind of nod and shaking head, and then they say, "You may show us your teeth, and provided we can assess that you are not servants of the Dark Lord, then you may be taken into the city. If you have children who are in need of refuge, you may take them to St. Andrew's Church."
This hopefully will suffice, although, as you can see from my countenance, I am not quite as you are. I will show my definitely weird fucked up fishman teeth. I do turn into a shark.
Yeah, yeah. They're both like they can clearly see that you're a strange creature. They both do take back on that and take a moment to confer with some confusion, and then say, "And the others?"
Oh, yes. No
uh,
problem. Here, take a look. And while we're at it, Floof, come on up.
thump, 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 thump. Irina and the children indicate their ordinary canines. There's a little bit more conference between the two guards, uh, and then uh, and then you may pass. And then the chains of the locked gate are removed, and the gate swings open to you. The church is that building there, and from where you guys are at this gate, he points to the prominent building here that just down the road you can see the wrought iron fence that marks off the cemetery and the bell tower building that is taller than the like houses and structures that are immediately within the or right off the road. If you are in need of housing, you may take to the Blue Water Inn. It is near the town center.
We appreciate your taking the chance on us, and also the directions to this St. Andrew's Church.
This horse of yours, is this belonging to you?
Uh,
It is. Oh, the
Oh.
horse. Yeah, we have found that as well.
I believe didn't we bring the body, or did we decide to leave that?
Oh, you
'Cause I
did
thought,
bring the body.
yeah, I thought we wanted
Oh,
to bring
fuck
the
yeah.
body to bring it back to the Vistani.
Uh-huh.
So
Well,
yeah,
yes,
I will. Good.
Yeah, the horse we found, and unfortunately, we a little later we also found the rider. We were able to rescue the horse from some wolves, but we were too late for its original owner. We are also hoping at some point to return this body to people that care about it. However, we figured that securing safe housing for the living children was of the utmost importance.
Yes. But this, and he gestures to the horse as well as the body, the burgomaster, the baron, would not like this within the city.
Well, I think with that in mind, we can uh, go take care of, you know, turning this to the Vistani first, and then we can make our way back as long as our invitation into town's not going to expire during that time.
That will be all right. We may, if you need, watch the children for you.
Well, perhaps if the church is just right down the road, perhaps I could wait here by the gate with the horse, and I can wait with Floof as well. And if you two would like to take the children to the church so that we're not uh, leaving them with yet more strangers.
This is also acceptable.
Sounds like a reasonable course of action. Yeah, well, we will try not to dilly dally too much, and I'm sure you can keep yourself entertained.
Oh, absolutely. Well, uh, Christopher and Vasha, uh, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance. I hope you find the new accommodations to your liking.
They feebly smile. Irina helps them get down and says, maybe it is best if I travel with them, and I will stay with them until you return.
Wonderful
The
idea.
guards kind of give her kind of regard her a little curiously, but say nothing more. But that would be Irina, Vasha, Christopher, uh, Zeldrin, and Arium going to the church. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
And then Floof, Horse, and Zazarak remaining at the
body.
gate. Oh, yeah, and Corpse.
Yeah.
Critically, and Corpse.
Oh,
All right. You walk down the road towards this slouching, centuries-old stone church with a bulging steeple in the back and walls lined with cracked stained glass windows depicting pious saints. A fence of wrought iron encloses a garden of gravestones next to the church. A thin mist creeps amongst the graves. Compared to the building that you saw in Barovia, this place is finely immaculate. However, age is deeply touching this old facility. The gates are open. You can walk in if you'd like.
What time of day is it?
It is getting near dusk.
All right. Well, I will head inside and take a look around and see if I can spot anyone that looks official.
Okay. Inside the church, you see a crew of folks who are all here in the chapel itself, uh, in prayer. There is a congregation that is present, and there is in fact a priest who is a middle-aged gentleman who has uh, thicker but graying hair, and a tired expression, but someone who's clearly putting in a lot of work to uh, keep face and energy and authority. He is speaking to some of these uh, to some of the patrons and offering insights, but he appears to be properly busy. He is wearing iconography of the rising sun, as Donovich had been. You are actually met by uh, an altar boy, who is likewise robed, but in clothes that do not quite fit. He has many of them like hemmed and pinned so that they're not dragging. Um, uh, he has dark hair. He greets you at the door and says, "Good evening. Are you here for service?" Oh, he kind of takes a step back upon seeing um, you two strange elves in
Mhm.
particular. I'm sorry. How can I help you?
Hello. Good evening, son. My name is Zeldrin Sunstrata. This is my companion, Ariam Kashi.
Hello.
Uh, we are, as I'm sure you can tell, not from around here. We are travelers, but we were pointed this way by uh, the guardsman at the gate. Um, uh, Further introductions. This is Irina. Last name Koryana.
Kolyana.
Kolyana. Irina Kolyana, and these are Christopher and Vasha. We managed to. We were hoping that we could find some sanctuary for Christopher and Vasha. It's kind of a long story. I don't know if we want to get into it just now, but we were hoping to speak with someone about possible stewardship or finding them a home, a place of safety and nurture.
Father Lucian is busy at the moment, but I could go and ask if he would take your time.
Um, if it's not too much, I think if the service isn't going to last too long, I think we can wait until it's done. I don't want to interrupt anything, but uh, that would be very helpful. We have another companion who's waiting for us back at the gates. Wouldn't want to keep him too long, but
I think that you maybe would have to wait maybe until the sun falls, perhaps, if you wanted to ensure that you had time to speak with Father Lucian. But if you'd like, I will see what we can. If it is urgent, said these children need stewards. Father Lucian has taken in those in need before.
hmm the story is a bit delicate, but that's the long and short of it. Um, if it would be no trouble, dear Arena here and the children, if they could possibly stay and spend some time here, and Ariam and I can head back and meet with our other companion and take care of a couple other matters, and then meet you back here after sunset.
He nods. I will take care of them and help in any way that I can. If there is anything I can do for you in the meantime, please tell me. But I will keep watch and bring them to Lucian wait for you at dusk?
I think that sounds like a plan. Irina, how are you feeling about this?
This is fine. And she's kind of looking in awe at the cathedral that has significantly more care kept to it.
Yeah, this is a beautiful house of worship you've got here. I look forward to getting to speak more at length about it.
The boy kind of nods with a proud smile, and then offers to take the children's hands. He's clearly like, I keep saying clearly. You guys apparently don't know enough about human lifespans, but he's about 14 or so, so older than Christopher and Vasha, and can take them rather comfortably, and then respectfully like leads Irina into the chapel.
Mhm. All right. Well, Ariam, should we get back over, see what kind of trouble Zazarak has gotten into?
In 10 minutes.
Lead the way.
Just given that there was some time, Zazarak, is there anything you would like to have been doing or inquiring about while while under the guard's watch?
No, I'm full on wrestling with Fluff.
Okay. That's fucking delightful. Okay. That's being sat upon by a giant space hamster is how Arium and Zeldrin return to see you.
Oh, you are asking for. I just need to free this one hand, and then you are going to see something, Floof. Oh, hello. How did it go?
You're muted, Tyler.
I'd say it went very well. The church house is definitely a pleasant sight. Irina is staying with the children for now. There was a service ongoing, so one of the choir boys took took watch over them and told them we'd meet back with them after the sun is set.
Well, wonderful. It sounds like we have at least enough time to head out to the Vistrani encampment and see if we can't find someone who knows the owner of this horse.
As you're kind of preparing, the guards say, "You should try to come back before dusk and the watch changes. If you are here, if you're coming to the gates after dark, you will not be permitted entrance."
Understood.
They open the gates for you, let you pass, and into the woods you tread, following some of the paths. You can smell the fires and hear the sounds of an active communal space, a campsite for sure. But you also see that this clearing where these wagons are circled is actually the trying to think of the right words. It is a small hill that has been cleared of trees and is a like established campsite, amongst which are constructed homes as well. Some hovels that are built into the hill itself and face outward. So you have this circular camp that is framed by trees, then a ring of wagons, and in the center of this hill is all of these constructed houses in the hill. I think I have a map for it. Is there any specific way
High
you'd
five.
like to approach?
Knuckles. Boom.
I think just straight in.
Yeah.
Not trying to.
And I would
I mean-
say not making a ton of noise, right? But also not trying to sneak in. Like, you know, I don't
Walking
think.
straight
You,
up.
do
Yeah.
you two think there's any merit to one of us hanging back a bit with the Daily Departed? This way there's not too much of a shock or anything. You can soften that introduction.
I suppose I just don't want to seem as though we are hiding what we have found.
Mm-hmm. No, I guess you're right there.
Well, let me, at a minimum, take my bedroll here and at least cover the body so as not to cause any immediate trauma.
Okay. Oh, I think it looks like I also got it backwards. The hovels are still like at the foot of the hill, but all of the wagons are actually circling within that circle on the hill. You'll see in a second. The
Okay.
wagons are
Okay, so
within.
I'm not supposed to be able to see anything right
Correct.
now. Okay.
Great. I was just going to ask the same thing. Thank you, Ted.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This one is technically prepared as a battle map, so the dynamic lighting means. There we go.
Hmm.
Okay. As you approach, you can hear some of the evening chatter that is clearly pleasurable company, kind of over the sounds of fires. You also see that at the door to each abode, each structure, is an elven person, an elven man, watching outwards. Each of them have the one as you're approaching. You only can see like two or three facing out, but you see of those two, those couple, these elven gentlemen are not hooded, so you can see their ears through their hair. Um, all of their skin is dark, and they have black hair, and uh, broad black eyes and broad noses. Um, it's very clear the like lineage. It's very clearly akin to wood elves, but with a depth that none of you have seen. Um, um, they are clad in leathers and in camouflage materials, um, and one of them sees you as you enter the clearing and
Do
calls for you to halt.
the materials that they're dressed in resemble anything left on the corpse?
Not the elves, no.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will halt at their direction.
All right. The one who has noticed you calls in Elvish, which I believe all of you understand, to one nearby that there are uh, not trespassers, foreigners. um, and he comes closer to the tree line to you to speak with you, but still stays a fair few paces away, a bow in his hands. And he says, "What is your business?" And he speaks in common.
Well, unfortunately, our primary business is unfortunate. We were traveling to Valaki from the village of Barovia, and not so long ago on that trip, we came across this riderless horse. We'll gesture to the horse, uh, which we were able to rescue from some prowling wolves. And upon a little investigation and uh, a little additional travel for that investigation, we unfortunately were able to find what we believe to be the rider of this horse, who is now deceased. It is our belief that you or someone here may know this individual, and so we thought it best to come out this way.
You can see him looking in the growing shadows towards the body and the horse. He turns his head back towards the hill and calls out again in Elvish, as you all understand it to be said, calling someone by name and saying, "Fetch the young master." And another elf nods, darts up the hill, and a few minutes later, that elf returns, accompanied by a small entourage of what is rather apparently Vistani. Some mostly gentlemen, one or two women in their company, wearing the bright-colored festive garb, and the kind of lackadaisical nature. Although many of them are wearing more layers than you saw of the crew that you'd met before, as the weather apparently demands. A young fellow, uh, with long, uh, uh, what's the word? Untied, black hair and a sharp goatee, leads the crew with someone who looks rather similar to him but taller, broader, and a little hairier, shortly behind. Um, uh, he actually comes and speaks briefly with the elf that you've been talking to, then makes strides, accompanied to you all, and he says out to you, "You have one of our horses, one of our men."
Yes, we believe that to be the case. Would you like to come and inspect?
He nods and approaches to examine the
I'll,
body.
I'll take a
Mhm.
step back and give them some room.
All right. Yeah, he looks at the corpse, looks at the horse, and nods. This doesn't look like you're doing, I'd assume.
No, absolutely not.
Fortunately, we found him in this state. The horse was under attack by wolves out on the road between here and Barovia.
He nods. He was not supposed to go out alone. Thank you. Takes the reins of the horse. It's kind of you to offer to return.
Well, it's the least we could do. And in fact, it is not the only business that we have here. For you see, we were invited to this land uh, from our own by Madame Eva, who was looking for help and thought that we three could provide such help, but we have become separated, and we're wondering if y'all had any insight on the best way to reconnect.
Well, if you wish to speak with Madame Eva, then you should return to the pool. she is not at this encampment, nor will she ever come to this encampment.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Perhaps a disagreement with my predecessors. My name is Argyle. I will be the master of this encampment until I'm either removed from this position or I have been taken elsewhere. If you are to do any dealings with any Vistani in this region, it shall be under my eye.
Without question. And I will make all the introductions. I know that we have just arrived and have brought bad news with us, but do you mind if I ask what this disagreement with Madame Eva was about?
He considers, and he says, a trifle with the master of the land. Disagreement on how our people should regard the Lord Master. That is all.
Understood.
Given that our arrival here is due in no small part to Madame Ava's interest in the master of this land, can I inquire as to exactly what it is that your stance was that caused such a I'm sorry, your predecessor's stance was that caused such a schism? We have I do not wish to impugn Madame Ava or indeed ourselves here, but um, Madame Ava brought us here with a specific hope in mind, unknown to us that we were traveling here. And so I am simply trying to make sure we understand where what our status is with the various groups of Vistani.
Madame Eva perhaps deludes herself into thinking that there is any chance of making change with the Lord Master. Those of us who reside here in this encampment, and many who camp with her indeed, have the understanding that you make the best of a situation that you are in.
I see. Uh, it, if you don't mind my asking, it seems as though you do not believe the master of this land will ever change. Why then do you not travel through the mists to another land? It is, uh, and I do not mean to offend if this is a fractured understanding of the situation here for the Vistani, and you are trapped in the mists. I mean no offense, but if you have the same ability to leave these lands that Madame Ava and her family, band, forgive me, I don't know what term to use. I doubt pod is correct, and it is what I would use for myself. But they were able to travel outside of this land of Barovia to find us. Why then do you not simply leave for calmer seas?
It is the case that this is our land. This was a gift to us. Our protection in this land is a gift to us, but this land has been home to Vistani since before the Lord Master and his arrival. We are offered protection. We have a place that we may call home. This is a well enough suited place for any Vistani who choose to stay here. Any may leave if they so choose. some do not return. Madame Eva chooses to stay, and again her deluded hope that there might be some other possibility that might bring about something more gracious in her path, choosing to look the gift horse in the mouth.
Well, thank you for that explanation. It would seem that we have been brought here to proffer the change which Madame Eva believes is possible.
Hmm.
If you have any idea where her band might currently reside, that would be of great assistance to us.
You're to take the Slavic road. There's a fork some 6 hours down. It'll be an uncomfortable route, unpaved, but traveled by wagon frequently enough. If you wish to see change in this land, if that is what you are determined to aid upon, perhaps there is something that we might be able to negotiate. Something that you could do for us and ours, and he gestures to his band. And perhaps there's something that we can do in return to take you safely to Zerpool. We travel these lands as we like, unaccosted. Could use that guidance, it sounds.
That certainly
Sazerac.
sounds like a fair offer. I think we'd be happy to hear you out at least. We do have business returning to Wallachia before the sun sets, else we might stay longer. But given your permission, we'd be happy to return once the threat of darkness is not so looming.
He nods.
Well, given that we are going to return to Balaki, is there anything from the city that you need that we could bring upon our return?
He scratches his chin as he thinks. And says, "We are running low on our supply of wine. If you could convince any of the tradesmen there to sell to us, it would be much more convenient than having to issue wagons out to the Wizards of the Vine."
Understood. We will do our best. Now, would you like us to take coin on your behalf and attempt to make purchase, or rather just discuss with the merchants and have them agree to sell wine here to y'all?
I don't think that I would so readily part with my coin with strangers.
Although I can assure you that it would be in good hands. I cannot fault you for your cautious approach. We will do what we can to grease the wheels of commerce.
He nods. Provide a certificate of agreement. Perhaps that'll be sufficient.
If
Wonderful.
we are to negotiate on your behalf, is there? I assume there would be some upper limit to what you're willing to pay for wine. I would hate for us to agree for some deal that you are not willing to pay.
He nods. And this is accurate, but now I've got to figure out how much this wine costs, so give me a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's a very good point.
Like, we could get out there and make a deal that this guy will sell you wine for, 10 times markup.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and he would know how much the wine is should cost. So I've got to, I will find that number, but he will tell you the correct number now.
That will.
In fact, you guys we don't even need to have that number because you guys aren't going to be paying that. I'll find the number, but we don't need that number actually.
Wonderful. That for a price like that, it must be wonderful wine. But we will surely make arrangements. I'll do the best we can. And I believe we will see you tomorrow. Looking at Zeldrin and Arium.
Yes, I expect that will be fine.
Should give us plenty of time. Try to be back around mid to late afternoon.
He nods. As you turn to leave, most of the band of Astani turn and return to camp as well. The elves just stand and watch you go. You guys have been now within the village of Barovia and passing into Vallaki. These are the first elves you have seen. Period.
Just in passing as we are leaving, I will towards some of the elves, I will just wave and give in Elvish a greeting and may Corellin watch over you kind of thing.
Is Zeldrin throwing Elvish gang signs?
I don't know about that. Just name dropping.
Nice. Excellent.
Though I don't know if they, give a shit about Corellin out here.
Don't know. Okay. So you may return to Vallaki. You see the sun is just starting to fall at the tree line. You still have some time left before your deadline, but you are allowed back into the city. You go to the church.
I think so.
Yeah,
Unless
we head back to the
there's
church.
anything else anyone needs while we're here. Supplies.
Well, I think that should be something we can handle on the morrow. Perhaps after our conversation with the priest, we can head over to, what was that, the Blue Moon Tavern or the something such.
I believe the god said it was a blue otter. Do you know how much fun I'm going to have saying otter in that southern accent?
It was water, blue water. I'm sorry.
That's what he said.
Not right. Right. A, that's what he said. B, not for Zazarak. It's not.
All
Right,
good and
well,
clear. I just wanted to make sure that I was
Yeah.
understood.
church and blue water. Sounds good.
All right. You return to St. Andrew's Church. You are let in once again. The altar boy is sitting in the back of the chapel with the two children and Irina. Irina has her head bowed. It looks like she's either praying or reading. Um, the altar boy is like keeping an eye on the door and sees you and kind of like over enthusiastically waves.
Yes. Hello.
Uh,
I'll be honest. I have forgotten his name, Zeldrin. What? Yeah, Zeldrin. What?
Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Hi, my name's Zazarak. And you all?
Yeska, hello. And he goes to shake your hand.
Yeska. It is very nice to meet you. How have the children been?
They've been very good. Quiet. I was able to find them something in the pantry for them to eat.
Oh, wonderful.
It's very kind of you, son. Any idea how much longer the sermon's gonna run?
It should only be a little longer. I'm about to start lighting some more candles, and usually by then, Father Lucian begins to wind down.
Please, allow me to help you with that. I'd be happy to lend a hand.
Great.
Yeah, he'll take you around to some of the the standing candelabras, and just do his duty. You can kind of overhear some of the sermon, which is uh, talking about how, like,
You know,
how despite the dangers of the world, the um, vestiges of power and hallowed ground such as specifically Saint Andrew's Church will always be bastions of safety and hope and promising that the spirit of Saint Andrew will continue to guard this place as it has for hundreds of years. Anyone who is in need of restoration or compassion or or aid of any kind is welcome here. And as the sun finally lowers such that the stained glass no longer glows, um, Saint Father Lucian um, quiets the people who remain seated, either begin kind of milling about or continue their own quiet personal prayers. Um, uh, Lucian kind of makes eye contact with Yeska and catches sight of the strange folks that have made it in. And he approaches. Yeah, we'll just say all of like Yeska leads Zeldrin back to everyone else, and he can speak with all of you at once. Good evening, travelers. It is good to see some new faces within these walls.
yeah, thank you for your hospitality, Father Lucian. I am Zeldrin Sunstrider. This is my brother Zazarak, my good friend Arium. Newer friend, but still very good. Irina and the young Kristoff and Vasha. Um, Sorry to, intrude upon your sermon, but perhaps there's somewhere we can speak with a little bit of privacy, just a matter of safety for the children. I come to understand that you uh, have stewarded young before.
Indeed, I have. Yeska and
has been a very good help in that regard. Milovaj has been the last of the orphans that I have taken in the past few years, but we have room yet enough for anyone who is in need of shelter, sanctuary. Come this way. And he will take you to a smaller chamber, a small library-ish study with some texts on a shelf. Not really a lot of room for sitting, as there's not really much room for company, but there is two desks that face one another. One that is very well ordered, and one that Yeska hurries over to and begins stowing papers away at almost immediately before as he's lighting candles in this room. Now, if there is anything that you wish to speak about outside of the prying ears of the public, you may share now.
Yes, Father, these children are not new to the town of Valaki. I don't know if you recognize them or not, but um, we uh, encountered young Kristoff here, and he told us where we might find his sister Vasa. They were in the clutches of three women outside of towns a ways. Says the story goes that they were traded by their parents to these women in exchange for dream pastries. We managed to acquire both of them without too much trouble, but we are not exactly suited for rearing children with the traveling lifestyle and all. And we did not think it too prudent to return them to the parents who so easily gave them up. And so we were hoping it would be possible for you to watch over them, keep them safe, teach them what they need to be taught.
When you explain what has happened to them, the kind of placid, amicable smile just falls. And he regards the two children and he says, then looking back up at you, says, It would not be the first time that we have known of children being taken from Valaki for what you speak. But it is a blessing that you were able to find them and restore them. We will find a place for them here in St. Andrews.
That is wonderful news. In a similar vein, and Irina, please, I don't necessarily want to speak for you, but our friend here, we come from the village of Barovia, and Irina, I kind of look to her to make sure I'm not overstating or saying too much. Irina has, in the past, had a bit of a target on her back. The sights of the Lord of this realm look to her, and we were hoping that she might be able to find some sanctuary as well. Whether there's, you know, a place for her in town somewhere, or this place seems very well defended. We were hoping you might be able to give us some insight on where she might be safest.
Of course. Valaki has long stood against the Master Strahd. Not only that, but the House of St. Andral is itself the marker for the remains of one of the most powerful and defiant saints that have ever come into Barovia. This place itself, so long as the remains of St. Andrew remain within its walls, Strahd cannot touch.
That is very good to hear. I was holding my tongue until after more serious matters were concluded, but I am very curious to learn more about this St. Andrew.
We have had the fortune within the centuries of this land to have had many brave soldiers, many brave spirits who have fought valiantly against the wickeds of this world. St. Andrew made a home in Valaki and was the only of his kind to do so. He kind of regards you with some solemnity. This is a point of pride for my own lineage. My own family are the descendants of some of these greater divine powers. I confess, though, as I would want nothing more than to be entirely honest. I promise that this place is hallowed ground, may not be crossed by any of Master Zarovich's kind. It is with a no small amount of guilt that I know that some of the remains that I spoke of, the remaining bones, the last vestiges of power for St. Andrew, I have been in search for, but I have not been able to find. They had a sacred and holy place within this church, but only some days ago we discovered that they had gone missing. I do not mean to put any false pretenses, Miss Adelina, that we would like to keep you as safe as possible, and I do believe that it would be here that we might be able to do so, but the entire sanctity of this church is contingent on the hallowed corpse that seems to have been taken. She kind of looks down and she says, I'm sorry to hear that. And he kind of startles and says, you say you are from the village of Barovia? Yes. Do not speak like Barovians. And she kind of considers and she says, well, it was later in my life that my father did properly reveal that I am not of his own blood. Uh, and uh, and Lucian considers and says, I wonder if it is perhaps that you are brought to Vallaki because you are returning to Vallaki. In some means. And he smiles, kind of leaving her a little confused. I do not mean to alarm any of you by any of this dour concern, but seeing as you have marks of divinity upon you, perhaps I might ask for your aid in retrieving what has been taken.
It would be my honor to do what I can to return these relics to your possession. Um, where I come from, the deity that I am in service to is of the Elven pantheon. He uh, shares a lot of the same goals as your uh, Saint Andrew. Uh, he goes by names such as the Twilight Rider. He stands to protect travelers and those out at night against the creatures that use the night to their advantage and prey on those you know less adept to the darkness. Um,
Hmm.
as I
Perhaps
said, I
you
would be
would
honored to do what I can.
perhaps you would find comfort then in worship or temple to Mother Night. Within Barovia we have only two forces, the might of the Dawn Father and the comfort of Mother Night. Both, I think, have their power and have certainly done everything within that power to protect the people. But the Dawn Father, he is a true beacon, whereas Mother Night is a guardian.
Very interesting. In our faith, we have other figures. Uh, the Queen of the Moon, Sehanine Moonbow, though she is not as protective, I guess you could say. Though not to say that she is unprotective. I would be interested to know more, and I hope that I gain the chance to, speak at length and learn more of your faith. But knowing that Irina and the children will be safe, we have some plans to meet with some of the Vistani tomorrow. But I would anything we can learn that might lead to us retrieving these relics, we will look into that as well. Perhaps we can visit you again tomorrow or the next day and um, begin to investigate. Kind of look over to Arium and Zeldrin, realizing that I've kind of
Double booked.
yeah, but not with a look of "oops, sorry, I can back down," but of a "oops, sorry, looks like we've got to do this now."
Wonderful. If Miss Irina would have preference, she is welcome to stay here, or else I'm sure that she might also find comfort in wherever it is that you might find yourselves for the night.
I think we'll be heading over to the Blue Otter.
I'm sorry, what?
We were told of an inn, the Blue Otter.
We have the Blue Water Inn. It is named for Lake Zarovich.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I can't recommend them highly enough. They are certainly the best hole in Valaki. Anything else you guys want to ask or do here?
I have one question. While we were in the village of, or the town of Barovia, as dawn reached us one night, we saw, or one morning rather, at dawn, we saw a strange ghostly procession making its way around the edge of the town and up into the mountains near Barovia. I'm curious if you have seen similar apparitions here.
I will clarify that I think it was probably just because of the confusing timeline with you guys being up that whole night, but that happened at midnight. Um,
Oh,
Not that that's super important for. Yeah. Um, it like happened after your wolf attack, and then like nothing else followed it. Um, so that might be why it was. Anyway. Oh, cookies! Thank you.
point being,
Yes.
have you seen a ghostly thing going around town?
I have occasionally had writings to the keeper in Barovia. He has told me before of the March of the Damned. No, I should say not. Though it is mostly the case that any such travelers that have made their way to Castle Ravenloft and have not had the fortune of walking out, it is said that, or as I'm sure maybe perhaps Irina might be able to tell you, their bodies are sometimes brought back from the mountain under the cover of night, and the people of Barovia are left to bury them. Their their graveyard greatly outnumbers our own. Perhaps it is only the spirits of those who yet wish to face Master Zarovich on their own that will be making that parade. Here in Valaki, no, we do not experience such. Perhaps it is, again, that there is no remains of such foolish creatures, but perhaps it is the blessing of the saint once again. He shrugs. The unlife is quite a mystery.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to inquire about?
I think Zeldrin would like to just kind of like spend some time just talking at length about like the Dawn Father and the Night Mother
Sure.
and like learning about them. Um, and it doesn't have to be like you expositing a lot. You've given a lot, but just
Hmm.
I would like to make a point to learn everything this guy can tell me about the two of them.
Yeah.
Um,
The prominent stuff has already kind of been mentioned, but
let's go get ready for bed.
things that you would end up learning that will be important is that temples to the Dawn Father exist. There have been factions of paladins who have been guilds of the Dawn Father that have risen and fallen in Barovia over hundreds of years. Um, the Dawn Father, from even your little bit of time in the material plane, is pretty transparently likely Lathander, though there is much lore that is detailed that is perhaps also religious tales beyond him, and it's very possible that just the worship of the sun um, has just become a conglomerate faith, likely dedicated to many gods within other planes. Um, but it kind of lends you to understand that Barovia was at one point part of the material world, but has been so cut off that like their deification has evolved. Mother Night is an ephemeral being that he cannot describe particularly well beyond the fact that she is uh, a ceaseless watcher. She is a guardian, but anyone who wishes to act in deceit also prays to her because she will shield eyes from uh, from the work done in the dark. So ambiguously neutral compared to like the incredibly like ostentatious lawful good, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I don't have it in front of me, but if I'm remembering right, like Sehanine is similarly like neutral, and I'll just also talk a bit about the Elven pantheon and stuff, and
hmm
just have conversation.
You discuss this a little bit, and he says, you perhaps should see to the refugees within the Vistani camp. There are members of a clan of Dusk Elves. They are a broken people. You have good word and good faith. Perhaps they could use some of your insight.
I think I would be very happy to meet with them. We passed some of them, saw them during our brief meeting over with the Vistani leader. But yes, learning a bit more about how they came to, be here, and as you say, they are broken. That's I don't mean for you to tell their story, but I'm certainly curious.
I could not tell you. I only know the sad and harrowed faces of hardened souls.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you again for taking responsibility for these children and all of your help as we learn more about this town of yours. Again, we have a few matters to attend to, but you can count on us coming back by relatively soon to see if we can't solve your missing reliquary problem.
Thank you again. Yeska will lead you out and offer you each a lit candle to take on the road if you'd like. Not fully comprehending that is unnecessary to you.
Thank you very much. I will accept it graciously.
He waves to you with a big old smile as you leave. Into
Sorry,
town.
fellas, for kind of bogarting that conversation a bit. Just was very in my element, I guess you could say.
Oh, yeah, nothing to apologize for. You handled it wonderfully.
Mm-hmm.
Into town you travel with your giant hamster in tow. Startling more than a few Valaki citizens as you do. There are some streetlights that are about, and let me make sure I'm sending you to the right building. I believe I am.
Did Arena come with us, or is she staying at the church?
She is actually going to come with you. As concerned as as confused as she might be, she is more concerned for her safety, and you guys have so far not disappointed. So, towards the. Okay, gotta make sure I got this right. Oh my god, map. Fine. All right, whatever. Okay. Down the main road into Valaki, towards the city center, you see the closest thing you can, or yeah, right here-ish, is effectively the town square. You see, they're trying to find specific dialogue box because I really liked it. Give me 1 second. There we go. The shops and homes that enclose the town square are decorated with limp, tattered garlands, painted wooden boxes filled with tiny dead flowers. At the north end of the square stands a row of stocks, locked in which are several men, women, and children that are wearing crude plaster donkey heads. In the center of the square, peasants in patchwork clothes eye you suspiciously as they use cups and vases to draw water from a crumbling stone fountain. Standing tall at the center of the fountain is a gray statue of an impressive man facing westward. All around the square are posted proclamations that you can see in your candlelight. Come one, come all to the greatest celebration of the year, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Attendants and children required, pikes will be provided. All will be well. Proclamation signed by the Baron. And as the sun is beginning to fall, and you're passing through the square, you see a square-shouldered man who wears a long coat, with one arm of the sleeve is taken off, and out of that sleeve protrudes an appendage that is scaled and spiked and glistening in scales. In dark scales with long claws that almost drag to the ground, and he is directing clearly guards who are all dressed in their armors and armed with pikes. He is addressing them and instructing them. They are tearing down these proclamations and then pasting up new ones in their place that read, "Come one, come all to the greatest celebration of the year, the festival of the blazing sun. Attendants and children required. Rain or shine, all will be well. Proclamation signed the Baron." You witness that, but you also see what is evidently the Blue Water Inn. I will give you a second in case there is something you want to do about that, what you just witnessed. Okay, great. Then you see the gray smoke coming from the chimney of a large 2-story wooden building with a stone foundation and sagging tile roof, upon which several ravens have perched along the ridges and window sills. A painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance depicts a blue waterfall falling into a great lake. Um, there you see a couple people who are stumbling in or out of that tavern. Um, yeah.
Well, shall we?
Almost definitely.
All right. You enter into the tap room, which has several tables that are varyingly occupied. Unlike the tavern in Barovia, this place apparently has customers It might be that it is into the evening, but in either case, you do see people here. Prominently, you do see a fellow, um, very distinctly a half-elven individual wearing a suit of all yellow, who is prominently featured at a table to the side of the tap room, talking with broad gestures and obviously entertaining a couple of other guests. You see two figures who are off quietly by themselves, who are wearing. One of them is wearing a lot of wolf pelts all patched together, and the other, what was his deal? Um, similarly dressed in hunter's gear, but not in such a flashy manner. Um, there are a couple of other interesting folk as well, but you also see that the tavern keeper um, uh, is a very tall, like over 6 foot individual with very broad shoulders, black, thick, coarse hair, and a beard down to his chest with bolts of white and gray through both his hair and beard. A very weathered expression, but perhaps one of the very few faces you've seen so far in Barovia at all with smile lines in his around his eyes. Um, he is talking with some people at the bar, and every once in a while passes word to the barmaid, who is a woman of about his age, uh, with likewise very dark black hair, but not as much gray within it. Um, you also see two children who are running around with wooden swords, fighting with one another and giggling, sprinting up the stairs. They both have black hair as well, unique as you have seen so far. Sorry, that's a lot of people. You came at nighttime when everyone's here.
No, I will just go right up to our smile-lined bartender.
Okay. Good evening, travelers. You seem some new faces. It would appear you are traveling through, or are you planning on staying? And he has a very loud voice.
Um, just arrived, not entirely positive how long we will be here. We are hoping that we could uh, rent accommodations for myself, my 3 companions there.
Certainly, we have not had a new guest since that one arrived. And he gestures with a big hand towards the fellow in yellow. We rent rooms per night, per bed, one electrum apiece.
Somewhere out there, Sean is suddenly smiling, and he doesn't know why, but we know. We know. Yes, and how many rooms would you have available? Not just beds, but rooms. I will assume that while my companions may be content to sleep with to share a room with their sibling, I expect that the Lady Arena would perhaps prefer some privacy.
She nods. Um, let's see. How many rooms are there? Hold on. The fuck? This tavern does not adequately indicate actual guest rooms on their map. Uh, He says, yeah, we'll just do this. We have 3 rooms available.
Splendid, splendid. As long as there are 4 beds between those 3 rooms, I'm sure we can arrange ourselves appropriately. That would be 2 pieces of gold then for the evening.
So he'll tell you each room has 2 beds, and it is rented by bed. So
3 pieces of gold.
Mhm.
I will plop down 3 pieces of gold.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is
Um,
Erwin, and are you interested in sharing your own names?
Erwin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Arian. Mm, This is the Lady Arena, as I've said.
Oh, sorry, my name is Zazarek.
And that is Zeldrin, Sunstrata.
This is my wife Danica, and he gestures to the barmaid who stops what she's doing briefly to wave to you. And if you see those 2 small idiots running around, those are our sons. And he grins.
It
You are
is.
welcome.
No, I was just going to say it is a pleasure to meet you.
You are welcome to dine with us if you'd like. We have each night you rent, you will be provided food. If you wish to have some wine, it will be a little extra.
I'm sure we will look forward to that. I have a question for you. As we were making our way here, we noticed a number of. There were 2 things that caught my attention. One was a number of flyers being both taken down and put up regarding some sort of festival.
Oh, uh-huh.
We are new here, so I have no idea what that is. I'm hoping for some context.
Oh, tell me your second thing as well.
Um, there were a number of individuals in stocks with donkey heads on, and while I am not entirely unfamiliar with this as a form of punishment, I was surprised to see that it was used on children here.
Uh, your 2 things may be answered in one. The Baron Valakovich has put it into his mind and into many of the people of Valaki that the greatest fight against Master Zarovich is to keep happiness, positivity. Yes, he uh, he has instigated regular regulation for what 3, 4 goddamn years now. He looks at his wife. We have incredibly regular festivals to keep the spirits high. Uh, he does not take kindly to anyone who is sourpuss. Anyone who is not interested in celebrating or even disparaging of his philosophy. He and his boy Isaac, they'll well, you saw.
I see. That is more than a little. I will simply say unusual.
It is relatively recent bit of a regulation. As I said, maybe a couple years. You might have also seen some old remaining festival markers. It is not entirely well conceived.
Nor received, it would seem.
He gives you a knowing nod. But we smile, we provide the wine, we don't get put in stocks. Easy.
Well, thank you for your clarification on what is transpiring here. That is very enlightening.
You should stay around for the next one. The what? Fiery Sun, whatever. Message about it came bound a couple days ago. Think it's supposed to be in some 3 days?
Sure that we will be around. Although, well, perhaps I will have a better feeling towards these festivities um, once I see them in action.
I'm sure you will. And he nods, kind of jokingly. Well, it is getting late. I know that my wife is working on the soups for the evening. We offer uh, for your room. There is hot beet soup, some fresh bread. You can. We also may cook up some wolf steak for you for a little extra.
No steak for me, thank you. Perhaps my companions might be interested, though.
Irina nods and goes to her own coin purse.
The soup sounds delicious for me, thank you. I am curious if the accommodations by any chance include uh, use of some stable or some such to keep an animal overnight.
We do have stables, yes. Do you have a horse?
I have an animal which I ride. Uh, perhaps a bit unusual for these parts, but I assure you, um, he will be no trouble whatsoever, or the smartest animal you ever did see.
I don't know. That fellow brought in the monkey a few days ago. Did not like. And he gestures again to the fellow in yellow. But if it's not a
Whoa,
monkey
hold
and
on,
you're not.
hold on, hold on. The man in yellow brought a monkey.
Uh-huh. That's what he said.
Okay, just checking.
But so long you don't bring it
Describe
into
the
my tap
guy
room.
in yellow again for me.
He is evidently a half-elven man, though he does not carry some of the elven features of the elves you saw at the Vistani camp. He is let me see. I might actually have art for him.
And we have been told that the elves at the Vistani camp are likely dusk elves, and this
Yes.
guy, I think you said, looks more like a wood elf.
Um he has small glasses pinched on the bridge of his nose, and kind of a long hooked nose, and kind of wild thinning light hair, and a yellow suit. I think I have art for him. I'll see if I can find him. So long as you do not bring your strange animal into my tap room, he may stay in the stable.
Very well, if you or anyone from your family would like to meet him, I'm fairly certain it will be a one of a kind experience.
Hmm, maybe we'll let Brom and Bray see them first. He
Very well.
considers, but he directs you to where the stables would be.
Yeah,
hadn't thought about that.
I've got art for him. Oh, I mean, that's why I pulled the emergency brake on the situation. It's like, are you telling me there's a man in yellow that came with a monkey that was fucking shit up? Okay, great. Yeah, I got to hear more about this individual.
Oh my god.
Very well, children. Either of you familiar with an animal called a hamster?
The two kids, called in by their mother, come to come to you, um, and both kind of shake their head.
Oh, well, then this is going to be a very big treat for you. Why don't you come outside and I'll introduce you to my friend Floof. Been well. Uh, Sometimes I ride him, sometimes other people ride him, and if you two are very nice, maybe you'll get to ride him. And I'll take the kids outside, do the whole rigmarole.
They are highly excited, bouncing up and down and trying. The younger one, like, kind of going forward to pet him, and his older brother just stopping him. And you'd only touch animals if it's okay, and you ask first.
Well, go ahead, ask him.
Please, is all he says.
I'll let Floof know that he should nod. I mean, if Floof is in fact feeling like he wants to be petted.
I don't.
Sociable.
Yeah,
Good.
I don't think this animal's incapable of feeling. I don't think this animal can be antisocial. I think he's
Yeah,
perfect
I
in
can't
every way.
imagine. Right.
um, Brom and Bray both go and very cautiously at first, but then very enthusiastically put their hands into the fur and just kind of face plant into the side of it.
Yeah. I imagine go to put their hands in the fur and like sink all the shoulder deep. Yeah. And I'll let the kids have some fun, take them back to the stables, then rejoin everybody inside.
Okay. The kids are emphatically telling their mom about the animal outside, who is incredibly dismissive of their quote unquote exaggerations.
Well, listen, Erwin, Donica, we appreciate your hospitality, and I have instructed my friend Floof to be on his best behavior and to greet anyone who is interested. So, if at any point you would like to go out there and introduce yourself, I can assure you he will be most interested. Soup's delicious. Thank you.
If you wish to order a steak, that'll cost an extra electrum. Um, then they have the recognizable names of, I believe so, because I think you guys didn't drink before, but you could recognize the names of the purple grape mash #3 wine, the lesser expensive wine for 3 silver a pint, um, or a pint of the superior red dragon crush wine for a silver piece, if you so choose.
I will plunk out the silver piece for. I think that was the expensive one, right?
hmm
Yeah.
You are he emphatically pours you a glass, and you are surprised that it is pleasant. It's not fine by a long shot, but it is beyond satisfactory.
Not bad at all.
kind of
So,
beams.
say, Erwin, who is or who are the vintners in town? Um, I was,
um, Not in town. There are only. Borovia is a rough land to till, particularly for grapes. But it is actually my own father and our family, not my family. And he draws a circle around his little clan. But my father and others were the winemakers in Borovia.
oh, wonderful.
But
Well,
because of that, we occasionally sell to more directly to people in Valaki.
wonderful. Have you ever sold to the Vistrani encampment just outside of town?
Yeah, on occasion, I believe more often than not they deal directly with my father.
Ah, well, very well. Um, we have had some opportunity to converse with them, and they are interested in making a new purchase. They've asked us to try and secure the particulars of a sale. I cannot imagine that if the price is right, that they would care from whom they were buying the wine. That being said, I do not want to make things more difficult, or difficult, I should say, for your father. So if you would rather us converse with him about this, that is fine. But if you are interested in perhaps making a little extra coin and selling some additional wine, then we could perhaps come to some agreement with you on their behalf.
You're telling him this, and as you do so, Donica comes beside him and whispers something in his ear. His brow creases just a little, and then releases as he continues to listen to you more acutely, and says, "You know, you make a very good point. I do know that our personal supply here at the tavern might be coming up a little low within the next few days. Perhaps I give you my word, some uh, mark of purchase or indications. Uh, I can maybe send you to my father. You can speak with him directly, remind him of our unneeded shipment, and perhaps for something to help the Vastani. Uh, Everyone gets their beak wet. Eh,
Well, yes, I think that sounds quite amenable. I, of course, can't agree to anything outright before discussing it with my companions, but I imagine we can all do business together.
wonderful. Might there be any other things we may service you for tonight?
Do
Uh,
you have a tub? I don't.
We do.
Ah, excellent. I don't even need the water heated if that would be trouble. I just need a tub.
We can heat the water for you, no trouble, but it would be less trouble to not. I will bring that up to you in half an hour.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Very good. Good evening, gentlemen, miss. And he'll go about working as well. Do you guys head up to your rooms?
Zeldrin, Zezarak. Am I the only one who is both confused and intrigued by the idea that that gentleman over there came in on a monkey? Or
To clarify,
rather,
he came in with
a
yeah,
monkey.
okay.
But my version was better, Max.
It certainly was. I just don't think I can follow up with it.
No, it seems, and I know how ridiculous this is going to sound coming out of my mouth, but it does seem like an unusual traveling partner. Would
I
you like to go make some introductions?
I was hoping that I would not be the only one. I think that would be excellent.
Sounds fantastic.
As you get closer to the side of the tavern, the tap room where he is sitting, you kind of catch the tail end of uh, a humorous story he is telling about an incident with a hoop of fire in catching someone else's clothes ablaze and running in circles before being doused dramatically. And um, his telling of it is such that like everyone at the table, the like 3 or 4 people who are there, um, have a hearty laugh as they are all drinking. As you approach this fellow, who's kind of sitting with his feet crossed and up on the table, uh, suddenly like drops forward so his chair falls onto all 4 feet. Um, and without getting up, he says, "Good evening."
Hello. My name is Ariam Kashai. This is my friend Zezarak
Hello.
and his brother Zeldrin, also my friend. Um, we were hoping to inquire. We understand from uh, our host Erwin that is it true you arrived with a monkey?
Oh, yes, yes. Victavio.
He leans forward to shake your hands. His hands are long and bony, and quite calloused.
I did come in with a small fella. Quite cunning, charming little fella, but Erwin said he didn't want him in the tavern. I gave him away to a sad little toy maker in town. He had a looked like he could use some company. Probably. Well, hope he's taking good care of that monkey. Wasn't taking too good care of himself when I met him. Uh, but suppose only time will tell.
He kind of gives you a half smile.
Sorry to disappoint. Would love to show him off to you if I had him still.
Yes, perhaps another time. I'm sorry. Are you a local here to not to Valaki, but to Barovia, or
Oh no, 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 no,
okay? You did not seem so. I was
no. Traveling performer,
And he extends his arms out.
ringmaster, uh, animal tamer, uh, showman, uh, fun little tricks and such. Mostly have dealt with animals in the past.
you're. I see. You're a performer. That okay? Yes. A one man show, or do you travel with a troupe somewhere? Are they elsewhere?
Definitely elsewhere. Had a rough time of it for a while, but you know, you take what you can get. And when
the road takes you to strange places like this, well, unfortunately, the road doesn't let you out of them, so you make the best of what you've got. Gives you another weird smile.
And since you've arrived in this land, have you tried to leave?
It was pretty broadly understood, and he kind of nods towards the other people at the table. That's not necessarily an option for some folks, right? Uh, and there's kind of a grumbled agreeance. I've heard the Vistani sell a potion that'll like take you through the fog, but I've not seen anyone who's tried it.
Interesting.
So this monkey that you were traveling with,
Piccolo, yes.
Piccolo, for the monkey. What a wonderful name for a monkey. Was it one of your trained performers?
I wouldn't say trained, just fortunately intelligent.
Hmm. And how long had you and Piccolo been traveling together?
I'd have to probably check my diary, but maybe some few months.
Well, you must have had very strong feelings for this toy maker to just give your companion away like that.
Oh, you should have seen the face on this toy maker, though. He really needed it.
Hmm. And you say the
I,
toy.
uh,
I'm sorry, Arian, please.
I just can I inquire as to the name of this toy maker?
Uh, yeah. He starts snapping as he's like trying to recall the name. Gadoff, Banksy.
Blinksy.
That was it. And he snaps at you.
I just slow turn to look over at Sildren and Sazerac.
Okay, so we're going to
No
buy that
Blinksy.
potion from the Vistani as quickly as possible.
Yes, we're out. Fuck this place.
y'all on your own.
No Blinksy, no fun.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds about right. A couple of the people at the table kind of nod in vague recollection. Yeah, kind of portly guy, really sad. Had a very bad hat.
Well, I wonder how a very sad individual is able to avoid the stocks in this town.
Probably because he's a toy maker.
So if you bring enough smiles to other faces, you yourself do not have to smile. Interesting.
That kind of makes sense to me.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
Say, how long you guys been out here? Not Valaki, but how'd your road end up here?
We were. There was a group of the Bastani near near a town we were assisting, and we were asked to escort them from the grounds. But it seems that they were looking for us, and we inadvertently agreed to travel to this land. Or
That's unfortunate.
It has been an interesting travel so far, an interesting journey, rather.
Well, how you liking it so far?
It's no
It's-
Blinksy. It's no fun.
It's been an interesting journey so far.
He laughs at you, Zazarak, a very dry, like weathered, cackling laugh. Amen. Amen. You're welcome to stay and drink if you'd like. We've got room at this table, right, fellas? A few people kind of scooch around to make room if you'd like to join.
Sure. I'll have a seat.
Yes, I think
Sounds wonderful.
it would. Yes.
He beckons for Donica to bring more wine and sets more coin on the table. He purchases the grape mash, which is after the Red Dragon Crush, Arium. It's not good. It's probably serviceable if you hadn't just had the Red Crush, but
Danica, how much would a bottle of the other one be?
That would be a gold.
For a gold piece.
she'll bring you the red wine. Is there anything you wish to specifically inquire about with Rictavio or any of the locals here?
I hmm. I think we're supposed to keep the whole thing has been stolen thing quiet, so I won't inquire.
You know, I would like to know. We saw this fella out there uh, ripping down the old festival stuff and putting up the new festival stuff, and had this big giant arm. What's that individual's name?
Oh, you didn't talk to him, did you?
No. Should we?
Oh, no, 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 no. Do not get on the front facing half of that man if you ever can. That's
Okay.
Isaac. That's,
Ah,
yeah, that's, Baron Valkovich's, lackey. He's, not very clever from what I've seen so far, but he'll throttle you, and you'll get away with it.
hmm.
One of the local says, local says, that arm is a bewitchment. It is some weird curse or something. I've seen him snap his fingers and summon fire to his hands. It's devilish. See, there you go. It's fucked up and weird.
Well, it certainly sounds unusual, but I think that we will do our best to steer clear until such time, or if such time arises, that we need to converse, and if it does, we will take the utmost caution. Thank you for your warning.
Yeah, God bless.
How do you all feel about Baron Volkovich and his leadership? How do you feel about these festivals?
Almost in just kind of a comedically timed chorus, when you say the festivals, the locals at the table just say, "All will be well," and kind of like fall into like a fit of like annoyed laughter. Um, uh, and say, "It is getting wearisome. He's a good-hearted
Understood.
man. He is trying his best, but the money that goes into the festivals, the
Mm.
stopping of the work to do the festivals, the repeated insistence that all will be well. It is wearisome."
Yes, I can see how that would get tiresome. Well, is there no one who can talk some good sense into him? No family?
Well, he has his wife, but I think that all of the all will be well nonsense has cracked her good and proper. She holds daily tea parties at her parlor. My friend gets invited to them. She says they are deeply uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable how?
Hell, all she does is titter away about what the new preparations for the new festival will be, and if you ask if she's in agreement or is interested at all, she just falls into like fits of laughter. Little hysterical, if you ask me. Good lady, makes fabulous tea cakes. Just maybe more filled up than the rest of Valaki.
And that is it? Just the Baron and his wife? No children which to pass the title on to?
There's a sudden and uncomfortable silence as a few of the locals just decide to drink rather than answer your question.
Well, based on that response, I must apologize for apparently stepping in it.
It's not your fault. Uh, Victor is weird. There was supposed to be an arranged marriage between him and Stella Watcher, and on their first meeting, apparently he told her such strange things as to drive her mad. Her mother keeps her at home, says that all she does is rave and rave and rave in her own room, speaks nothing but nonsense. Just from one encounter with that boy.
What was that name again?
Victor Valkovich.
No,
Oh, the other name?
yeah.
Stella Watcher.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me make sure I'm spelling it right. I am not.
Well, that does sound unfortunate, poor woman. Wonder what topic Victor could have covered that would have had such an effect.
Who knows? He's always been a little strange. Past few years, he's only gotten weirder.
Well, weirder than driving people mad through a simple conversation. Whatever do you mean?
Oh no, that was definitely
Oh, I see. That is uh,
part
part
of
of
the
the
weirder, yes.
newest iteration of weirdness. I fully understand now. Well, there are no. That is unfortunate. There are. Wife is throwing unhinged tea parties, and son just gets weirder and weirder. There's a lackey with a cursed arm. Sounds like an individual who is in need of some sound advice and good guidance and a rational, reasonable sounding board. Is there no one in all of Valaki who can or does provide such a service to the Baron?
Well, anyone who tries to voice any sort of sense, eh, they're either thrown out of the village or thrown into the stocks, depending on how spiteful he's feeling. I hear that sometimes all the Baron does is send Isaac after them, and then they're never seen again.
Well, that is quite unfortunate. I certainly hope things get better for you and all the fine folks of Valaki.
All of them kind of wearily and humorlessly chant, "All will be well."
All will be well indeed.
Anything else?
At some point, Arian will excuse himself from the table and go up to await the tub. Uh, having not needed to use Rokea to fight at all today, he is making sure that Rokea does get an hour of time.
Cool time. You were able to clock when Erwin brought a tub of and some water up to your room, and you can make use of that at your own time. Anything else for anyone else? Okay. We'll take our 15-minute break, come back at 1:45, and you guys can get your long rests in. Um, right, gang. Let's get back to it. Before we go to dawn, is there anything pre-dawn that anyone wants to remark on for their long rest? Okie dokie.
Nope. Other than making sure okay gets his hour before I take a break.
I'm curious if this involves like death rolling in the tub, or if he just sits there quietly and does not splash around.
There is definitely some splashing. He's huge and doesn't really fit well in the tub.
Uh-huh.
So he's trying to adjust and get various amounts of water over him, and then just gives up after a while and goes to do his reading and snacking and all that sort of stuff. He is smart enough to keep quiet. Arium went in here. They'll probably be weirded out to see a giant shark man suddenly in the room, and the little elf is gone.
Is this is silly, but are you gonna like put any warning out or the puddles on the floor for hospitality?
Arium probably will the next day. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Yeah, you can meet all downstairs for some breakfast of hot bread and warm cheese and butter. For planning your day. Irina will join you for the time being. You see Rictavo go to the bar and like get a package of something from Irwin, and then leave the tavern. Kind of giving you guys like a little two finger wave as he passes.
Well, what are our plans today? I know we have to go back to the Vistani camp, presumably after we've acquired the wine they've asked for. Is there any interest in speaking with the mayor, baron? I've already forgotten what they said, but this whole thing seems concerning. Is it? Perhaps it's just me.
No, I think something definitely seems off.
I agree. There's certainly something to odd in this regime, but I would say, I mean, I don't know that there's much that we can do about it. And if we go to the Baron and make a fuss, I mean, might be a surefire way to get ourselves kicked from the town, or further worse, may never leave the town.
That is a
Yeah,
reasonable concern. I thought that perhaps maybe we would, as we have done with both the Vistani and St. Andrew's Church, perhaps we might be able to couch our conversation with uh, with the Baron, the Burgomaster, as offering our assistance. I don't know what we could possibly actually do for them, and certainly we have our obligations enough in place.
It might be worth at least a conversation, introductions and such. Well, perhaps we start off by squaring out the wine issue for the Vistani. Then perhaps if it's not too late, we'll stop by and speak to the mayor before heading out to speak again with the leader of the Vistani. What's that? Is that Aragol? Is that the name?
Aragal.
Well, let us track down Erwin or Danica so that we might be given instructions on how to meet with Erwin's father.
Yeah, you can find Erwin. All right. How were the beds?
Oh,
No
they're lovely,
complaints.
thank you.
Yes.
Perfectly suitable.
So, we've given some consideration to the offer that you made last evening regarding securing some wine, and have decided that we would like to take you up on that. And unless I misunderstood, it sounds like the first order of business to try and get that accomplished is to be introduced to your father.
That sounds about right. Only problem is that maybe it is better if I do not make introductions with my father for you.
Oh,
Why
have
is that?
you had a falling out of some sort?
I am considering myself lucky that he is continuing to do business with the Blue Water Inn. Yes.
Well, I understand that matters between fathers and sons can be personal. Are there any details that you are comfortable sharing with us? We would hate to sabotage an otherwise lucrative deal for lack of where family pitfalls may lie.
Oh, I think I should warn you that he is a cantankerous old bastard. Prideful. But a man of family at his core. Perhaps it is best that you brothers would be going together.
Oh, you think the fact that we are relation will be helpful?
Maybe it will show him that it is possible for family to work well together without being at each other's throats. I presume.
I put my hands on Zeldrin's throat.
Ha 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 ha. No, but yeah, we're a wonderful relationship.
Oh, without question. Well, I understand that you can not make the introduction personally, but can you give us direction as to where we are most likely to find your father this time?
Of course. The vineyard is, you follow the Svalak Road, it will turn west, and you'll keep going westward. You'll look for the winery.
And
About how far
don't
out of
mind,
town is it?
which direction is west again?
He does actually laugh when you say that. If you were to It would probably spend your whole day of travel to get there and back. If there were other uh, business you had within town that would keep you, you would probably not be returning until late in the evening at best. And the gates are often closed and locked at night.
Hmm. Well, if we have to do a night of camping, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. It is just a matter of missing any other appointments that we may need to. Well, I mean, it could be that we don't need to take care of the journey to the vineyard today necessarily. We could have our discussions with those we need to speak to today and get a better idea of the larger errands that we might need to take care of before we set off towards the vineyard.
Yes, I think perhaps getting a fuller assessment of what may require our attention probably a good idea before we set out on any one endeavor.
Furthermore, the wine was kind of while you're in town, if you can, kind of thing. Not saying we'll drop it, but perhaps it's not the most important thing the Vistani might need from us.
Hmm. Well, I guess the question then is, do we try and get ourselves an audience with the Baron?
You wish to see the Baron?
Uh, that is an open question right now. We are considering it.
His wife holds tea parties, I think. Prominent members community often invited. My wife has joined her on occasion. They usually have their doors open mid-morning.
Now, is that an open door kind of thing, or is this more of an invitation only type?
He leans farther over the bar to kind of lower his voice, but his voice still carries substantially, and he says, I do not think the Baroness would notice if more people came than she anticipated.
Hmm.
Well, either of you feeling up for a tea party this morning?
Always.
I don't know about always, but certainly now.
Wonderful.
I think I'll take some time in my room by myself. I think I've had quite a bit enough of adventure, I think, for a day or two.
Understood.
Irina goes back upstairs after taking some breakfast, thanking the Martikovs. And do you guys go to find the Baron's mansion?
Yeah,
Or
sounds
do you
like
want
it.
to like? All right, how's you? You could try to find a general store or look around, like other options, but you're welcome to just do that.
I have a practical question actually.
Huh?
Did we divvy up? I just don't remember. Did we divvy up loot or gold from uh the whatever we recovered from that basement? If we recovered anything, I seem to remember we recovered some garbage, but I can't remember what we did with it. Basically, the long story short here is I'm wondering where people's gold has come from.
I'm running on starting gold.
Okay, great, fantastic.
I have some items in my inventory that we picked up.
No, that's fine. Like if we just if we just have those items, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't accidentally miss something because, I guess technically I too am running on starting gold, which is why I have no gold.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What? I thought all backgrounds started with gold.
They should.
It did. I spent all my gold buying boards for the church in the village of
Oh.
Barovia.
Right. Okay. Oh, God.
We
Oh,
picked
God.
up a couple of items, and then I also did find like a very small bit of like gold loot, so I am up a bit on money.
No worries.
So
It's all good. As long as I
15
didn't
gold.
right, as long as I didn't miss something, I'm fine with it. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's not an issue. It'll work itself out in the wash. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like, oh yeah, we did this and divvied up X amount, and I was just daydreaming when that happened. But clearly, that's not the case. So,
Yeah, I don't think we divvied anything up. It was a very small pouch, so I just kind of like grabbed it. But I will, happily give you a little spend of money and let you take 5 gold.
all right, fantastic.
We also have a set of like a chain shirt and a gold ring that are valuable items that we might be able to pawn off,
Mm.
along with a spell book if we can find a buyer for that. But I'm fine with saving shop going for another time if we want to make it
Yeah.
to tea.
Just to be, I know we're supposed to go looking for the body for the church.
Mhm.
Bones specifically, just so you
Yeah.
guys.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. The reliquary
Yes.
the church uses. Their reliquary just happens to be an entire body instead of like, or an entire skeleton rather than like a knuckle bone.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pretty dope.
Um, perhaps we should focus on that endeavor first, since um, our our ward, well, Arena, I won't say our ward, um, will not apparently be truly safe until she can shelter in that church, which is little more than wooden boards until that reliquary is found. I know it was my suggestion even to seek an audience with the Baron, but perhaps my suggestion can wait until far more pressing and immediate business has been attended to. Not that I'm not excited for tea, but
Yes, well, I I understand the urgency there. I think one thing we should make a point to keep our appointment with Aragal for mid to late afternoon. So I don't want us to get wrapped up in something that would keep us from making it back there, as we said we would. Um, Perhaps if we, stop in for mid-morning tea. We could then head to midday to speak with the father, and then head out in the afternoon to speak to Argal once more and kind of get our ducks in a row, and then uh, you know, make a decision therein to do what we need to do next.
I hear you, brother, but if I heard Erwin correctly, I believe the winery is almost a day's ride out of town. I don't know that we'll be able to get out and back quickly enough, particularly if we were leaving at midday, that we'll be able to get out quickly enough to go see Aragol at all.
Wait, Aragol is the Vistani, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think visiting the winery is at the bottom of the list. I think uh, Aragol had another task in mind for us, I believe. I think, better price for wine was kind of uh, a passing, if you're able to while you're in town kind of thing. And so, I was thinking he had something else a little more pressing to talk to us about, and we could just meet back up with him right outside of town and tell him the wine business is going to require a day trip out to a winery, and we'll be happy to undergo that possibly in a day or two.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, so tea and then visiting the Vistrana sounds like a plan. I I do hear what you're saying, Arian, but I do believe that it's best to get all the particulars for all of the different activities so that if any of them line up, we might be able to kill a few birds with the same stone as opposed to tackling them sequentially and then potentially chasing our tail.
Hell, we might even find out that the Baroness is invited the skeleton of Saint Angel to morning tea, and we'll find him dressed up with a bonnet when we go to visit.
I bet that fucking monkey took it.
Yes, I find that exceedingly unlikely, but
Which
saying,
part,
there's
the
a
skeleton or the monkey?
I find it far more likely that the monkey has been involved in everything than the skeleton will be waiting for us at tea. I am, of course, saying this so that the universe will prove me wrong, and we will have the simplest solution to this to this vanishing reliquary conundrum.
Erwin leans over the bar and points you in the direction of the Baron's house, which is. Make sure I got it right. Yes, it is this little building right here. And you guys are right here. So even when he's kind of like pointing out the front door, he can just say it's that way.
Well, that settles that with it being so close.
All right, we swing by there, have a pleasant tea party, stop and talk with Father. I know his name. I certainly know his name. It is just a lapse in my brain's function right now. His name exists in my brain somewhere.
Lucian?
Lucian, Father Lucian. Figure out what that all business is about. See if we can't investigate a little bit and pick up a trail maybe, and then mid-afternoon head out to meet with our gal.
Wonderful.
Okay. Irina wishes you luck and goes upstairs to unwind and allow the agoraphobia to set in. Agoraphobia. Um, you all can head outside to see more banners being hung over old banners in preparations for the upcoming festival. Some of the old squares of wolf pelts just kind of being abandoned or else barely cut down in favor of strings of paper flowers that have painted brighter colors and kind of foiled to look like little blazing suns. Um, the the Burgomaster's mansion has walls of plastered stone that display many scars where the plaster has fallen away from age and neglect. Drapes cover every window, including a large arched opening above the mansion's double entrance doors. You have a garden that looks like it is attended to, though yields very little. There are servants who are working to keep bushes trim and grass cut nicely out in the front yard, though very little attention is being taken to the outside of the house face itself. Um, the front doors of the double doors are in fact open and lead right into the entrance hall. Um, you are not stopped as you approach. There's some double takes actually at your appearances as you enter, but no one stops you. And as you are approaching, there are one or two people who exit bidden by with some marks of gratitude or expression given to a servant who has escorted them, and then leaving rather formally. Some of these people are in common clothes. Some of them are in slightly thicker, uh, darker dyed, finer finery. Though no one here looks wealthy, um, as you see so far. You are greeted at the entrance by the page who appears to have just escorted somebody out, who gives you a bland smile and says, "Who are you to see today? Who are you here to see today?"
I believe we're here for tea. Right, we're at
He,
the.
Hmm?
He's looking at Zeldrin and Zezarak, trying to get confirmation.
Yes, we are here
Nod.
for the daily tea.
he nods. Lady Lydia will see you in her parlor, and without question, takes you inside. You see framed portraits adorning the walls of the grand foyer, which features also a wide staircase with a sculpted railing. A long carpeted hall attached to the foyer stretches almost the length of the mansion that you see goes on in front of you, and several doors leading away, including one at the very far end. Let's see. He takes you do, 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 to yeah, actually, immediately to the left of the foyer, he opens a door to a small parlor containing a fine array of furnishings and draperies. Overall, with like a lacy, pleasant and more delicate touch to the decor, where you see a very gaunt woman with her hair incredibly well pulled back and immaculately braided, with a porcelain smile so wide that her eyes are barely open. She is sitting at her table with a couple of other guests. Likewise, as you noticed before, some of them wear finer garb, and some of them wear what would be accounted for probably their finest garb, but certainly with patches or darning that need to be mended still. All sort of quietly sipping and uncomfortably still, almost like starched. All of these guests as the Baroness sort of titters a glassy laugh, a little unsettling. Um, when the door is opened, the page looks at you uh, and extends a hand, beckoning for like an introduction card that you might not know is what he is doing.
Certainly have no idea.
Zazarak, as he has learned from his interaction with humans in the past, when he sees the hand outlaid like that, gives him 5.
He stares down at his palm, kind of curls his fingers, and then nods
I
to the
extend.
Baroness and just leaves.
I have my hand now extended, palm up, and I'm like looking at him. And as he walks away, I'm sort of dejected.
New guests, come in, come in, come in. We have chairs. We have chairs. She snaps, and servants arrange more chairs in the room for you to sit. Come, welcome, welcome, welcome. And could you remind me of your names, please, dearies? I apologize. Many people in and out today. I don't know that I have recalled everybody's name perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. This is Ariel and Zeldrin, and I am Zazarak. It is most gracious of you to welcome us into your home, Lady Volkovich.
Of course, old friends, naturally, of course. Yes, I recall you all now. Perfect. I'm so glad you were able to make it. And she puts the old lady hand on the knee and like shakes your leg a little, firm grip with sharp nails.
Well, how is the tea going this morning, everyone?
Few of the women in the room lightly raise their glasses in a "it's fine" gesture. Here, what can we serve for you today? Cake, bread, we have tarts, we have tea, we can have a little bit of whiskey if you're really needing that this morning. Let's see, what can we do for you?
Just the tart and tea for myself, if you will.
Oh, that sounds like
She
a wonderful combination.
she readily provides both to you, and the servants pass it along. Now, what fine, interesting stories might have you brought from? I'm so sorry, dearies. What quarter are you from again? I apologize.
Well, we have come from the east, and we bring stories of a mysterious monkey who had been trained to perform for the public and was quite good.
Mm.
But that monkey's handler was a true humanitarian, and upon learning of a depressed and lonely toy maker, he parted ways with this clever monkey so as to bring joy to the toy maker's face and heart. Isn't that a lovely story?
Oh,
Truly, she has like a hand on her breast.
Mm. For we know that joy will save all of us, will it not?
here, here. My husband is always saying this. Is this not right, ladies?
And everyone readily nods.
Do remind me, as we are travelers from the East, how long has it been that your husband, the Baron, has employed this ingenious strategy?
I believe he's always had it in his heart to have an air of such positivity. I've always said that he was a very cheery man. But perhaps better part of 4, 5 years, perhaps.
Mm.
He's really put his foot down about making sure everyone is feeling the same spirit of goodness that he is.
Yes, I have noticed that. In fact, I've noticed as part of his iron embrace of that policy that the stocks seem more full than usual, and with men, women, and children.
Yes, yes. Oh, what does he call them? The breachers of the holy joy, or something like that. There's something quite ostentatious, but admittedly accurate. You have to admit.
Oh, certainly, but I have heard some say that such a public display risks dampening other people's spirits.
That is quite the impression, accusation, curiosity, and indulgence of thought, I suppose. Yes.
Well, just from others about town, I guess it's just that they are concerned about Valaki's well being, as are we all.
Well, yes, yes. We're all naturally concerned about the well-being of the city. After all, if we should fall, then the evils of the outside will certainly come and devour our children and our families and our livestock, and then us. Slowly, one by one, we will all be taken and turned into foul creatures of the night if we are even the most fortunate. So we should not let any of these fears really come too close to home. Everyone who has the ability to express their joy ought to their fullest extent.
Oh, that is well said, Lady Valkovich, but
Please, Petrovna, Lydia
Petrovna.
Petrovna.
Well,
Here, naming conventions are
mhm,
not our standard.
mhm,
The women still keep their own last name,
gotcha.
which you'll have kind of picked up a little bit.
Mhm.
Mm.
Well, if I did not know any better, I would say that you are working very hard to exude joy and mask some rather serious fears.
Mm. My husband and my brother are excellent patrons of the light. It would be unbecoming to not meet them in their expectations.
Hmm. Do forgive me, I seem to have forgotten your brother's name.
Oh, naturally, Lucian Petrovich. Petrovich.
Mm.
Yes, that is his last name.
Oh, that's right from the church.
Yes, yes, yes. So uh, we are of a great line, following in the name of Tasha Petrovna, the incredible priestess of our time. It would be, as I said, unbecoming to fault in the aura of goodness that we have been placed into.
And where is the Baron while you hold these teas?
My husband. Oh, he might be in his study. He frequently takes company while I take mine.
Oh, well, isn't that reassuring that the first family of Valaki is an open book and welcomes all visitors?
Of course, it is very important that we stay in touch with the population, and we remain with open ears to everyone who may have complaints.
Zele, Ariam, do you have any questions or concerns, or should we pay our respects to the Baron?
I um I wonder if I might ask, it the Baron surely has uh so many things on his mind, uh governing this town, and of course uh planning the festivities, and uh dealing with those who wish to dampen the spirits of this town so wickedly as they do. Perhaps, and while we will certainly ask him, but I wonder if perhaps there is something that you might be able to relay to us that might be something that we would not even think to ask, of course, of a man as uh, diligent in his work as the Baron is, something that might need be done, something that perhaps has unequally vexed him recently. Is there? My friends and I, we are of the adventuring vocation, and there has been, I understand, a trade with creatures of wickedness for a a temporary escape. These dream pastries that are procured. Something perhaps that we can do to assist in in ensuring that those are not a plague upon this city.
You see the sweat begin to break on the faces of several guests in the room, and shaky hands carefully replacing cups into their saucers as silently as possible. There is utter stillness. I think I understand the thing that you are speaking of, but perhaps you could enlighten me as to what you are intending to provide in this instance.
We would provide the Baron with whatever service he might need to uh, ensure that that such individuals no longer need to make such horrid deals with wicked creatures.
I can assure
We
you, if this were about the well being of our city, that my husband would certainly listen to any proposition you might bring to his attention. So if you are looking for any sort of guidance as to best bend his ear, I am afraid that you might be in a more convenient place than I in that regard, seeing as you maybe perhaps know more about these creatures than I do.
understood. I simply hope that there may be some specific issue that we would be of which we would be unaware that you might know is a a concern for him.
I do know that there are Valaki people who take advantage of the services provided by some of the craftsmen outside of the walls of the city. I know that it is only a mere gold to purchase, though that is a high cost for some. Perhaps it is better if my husband has some awareness of some of these dealings. I do not think he is without knowledge, but perhaps if this is of some more severity, then he might be aware. Perhaps you have better insight. And he might favorably request your assistance, if that is what you are asking.
And that is certainly an offer we can make. Yes. Shall we to the Baron?
Apologies.
Indeed. Miss Petrovna, that was an excellent tea. Thank you again for your hospitality. Hopefully, you and your companions have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your company.
Her smile, which has barely moved, but has faltered a few times as she's frequented a more serious thought, uh, re-establishes itself as she bids you farewell. You going to go find the study, or are you going to find perhaps a servant who can help you find the study?
probably best not to go poking around too much unless we want to go poking around.
Oh. No, I would never dream of poking around. We're just gonna go right to the study, Sazerac says as he wanders into the home and just starts opening doors.
Let me bring you to a map. Let me find that map. Where the fuck is this map?
I came back to check my spell sheet because I was like, oh, I think invisibility is one of my spells, but no, it's see invisibility. That's one of my spells.
All right. Let's see. Rokea and Sazerac. Oh, it's Arium, it's not Rokea. Zeldrin. Guys are wrong button. Shift. There we go. Did that take you there?
I'm super zoomed in. Yes, I can see myself.
All right, and I'm going to open the door to the parlor where you just were, which was down here with the Baroness. You have the stairs ahead. There's also the length of the hallway with the few doors. Zazarak mentioned going and poking his head in doors, so I will let you wander.
Who is this?
That's a maid.
Okay,
She's not necessarily physically present, but
gotcha.
just somebody.
All right, yeah, I'll just open this door on my left here.
All right. It would appear that the people who were there we go. There's Lady Lydia and everyone else put into the right spot. Then all right. Let's
No.
see. Yeah, you see a a dining room with a chandelier and place settings prepared for presumably later in the day a meal, but everything is clean and dust free in here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wander down the hall.
Yep.
I'm gonna open this door.
Okay. You see the preparation room with white sheets covering two plain wooden tables in the center of the room. Neatly arranged on top of one table is a complete set of polished silverware. The other table is covered with wicker baskets containing turnips and beets.
Oh, hello. Oh, no. Wrong door. I guess I got that. Maybe they meant the other side of the hall, Arian.
I will open this door.
Okay. Arium, you see a den with padded chairs and couches lining the walls. A thick, heavy bear rug. This room reeks of pipe smoke. And mounted on the east wall is the head of an angry-looking brown bear.
Not this room. Perhaps the next one is the one we're looking for. I'm going to go through whatever's on this table.
You find a box full of loose leaf tobacco and a pipe set out, but nothing else there. The bear's head on the wall, it's pretty unsettling actually. It's very intense.
I will pour over this bear head and sort of do that thing where you look at it in one eye, like move to the other side, look at it in the other, back out, look at it, and then bare his teeth in an approximation of the bear's own like rictus grin.
Zazarak, you enter the kitchen,
Oh,
where
I'm terribly sorry.
a cook wearing a white apron over a black smock startles as you enter. Can I help you?
Oh, my apologies. I just wanted to give my compliments. The tea and the tots, they were delicious.
Oh, thank you. Please go now.
Please. Oh, certainly.
He shoos you out.
I'll try opening this door then.
All right. You open the door to servants' quarters with 4 simple beds and an equal number of plain wooden trunks, in each corner of the room.
Nothing this way, just a very unsettling hunting trophy. There is an exit to the outside again. But it would seem that the individual for whom we are looking might be up the stairs here.
Yes, I agree. And unfortunately, Zelly, no skeletons in any of these rooms.
Tragic.
As you're walking around the hall, you see many tied up bundles of kindling and even some kind of softer greenery,
Mhm.
but mostly dry sticks, all piled together in random arrays around the hall and in the foyer. Headed upstairs.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. There's your landing. Let's see. What the fuck? Okay. So you have stairs that will continue to go up, but then you also have the wow, this way those are drawn kind of fucks with my head. Um, and then the stairs on to the area below here, or on this floor, not below.
We think perhaps the Took is on the topmost level.
And these are all
Oh, we
windows
can
to the left here.
Correct.
cover our bases. We've got a hallway here. I'll open the door to the left.
All right. Do so. Whoop, that's the wrong layer. You open the room to a library with floor-to-ceiling shelves lining every wall of this windowless room. A brass oil lamp sits atop a large desk in the center of the room. The chair beyond the desk is comfortably padded and has a symbol of a roaring bear stitched into the back curtain. Standing behind the chair, holding an open book, is a bear of a man. His breastplate, rapier, silk tunic, and greasy beard glisten in the lamplight. Resting on small rugs to his left and right are a pair of black mastiffs who both lift their head when the door opens. The gentleman looks up over his book at you. Good morning.
Hello. Sorry to barge in on you. We were looking for the Baron in the study.
You have indeed found him. Come
Oh,
inside.
pleasant. Arium, Zazarak, looks like we've found the winning door.
I will open my door as if I had already had it open.
So you'll have
Take
to
a quick peek.
excuse us. We're very bad with directions. Not used to the cardinal system you'll have around here.
This bed is completely made and all of the linens are properly folded into the mattress and everything. Um, a handsomely appointed room containing a canopy bed, a low bookshelf, and a full-length mirror with with a wooden frame on the wall across from the door. Set into the north wall is an arched window of leaded glass. Nothing here seems out of place or strange, except that it is completely still and so tidy. Zazarak, do you follow Zeldrin's call?
I will after I peek in this door to my left.
Okay. Keep jumping the wrong layer. Let's see. I think you just look into a washroom.
Oh, perfect. Then I'll just go through that door.
Oh.
Is this just a bedroom?
That room. There we go. It's more appropriately a powder room. Smells of powder and fine perfume. A vanity with a mirror stands against the wall next to a faceless wooden mannequin wearing a white bridal gown. Mounted on another wall is a full-length mirror with a gilded frame. A door to one corner leads to a garderobe.
Nope, the mannequin with the bridal gown freaked me out. I'm out of here. Oh, there you all.
Welcome.
Yes,
Oh,
Master Velakovich, we are travelers. My name's Zeldrin. This is Zazarak and Arium. As I'm sure you can tell by he kind of just gestures to all of us. We
He
are not
nods.
from around here. Recently come to this realm, this land of Barovia, by way of uh, a bit of maybe hoodwinking, you could say, on the part of the Vistani, but we are adventurers by trade. We like to think of ourselves as do-gooders. We were speaking with your wife earlier, lovely tea party she had, and we're just hoping to introduce ourselves and make ourselves available. Should there be anything you need, any uh, tasks you might be able to set before us that we think might be within our wheelhouse to help you with.
Hmm.
It's a fair city you have, you know, a positive force standing against the dower of the rest of the countryside and under the rulership of what's his face in the large castle.
He closes his book and sets it on the desk and puts his hands together in a firm clasp in front of his chest, uh, and and says and says, "Excellent. You wish to stand in the bold face against Master Zorovich. This is good news. We are always looking for brilliant, brave soldiers to do such. Perhaps you would like to join us for our festivities, our upcoming celebration of the dawn, and all that it brings hope, light, warmth, and life. May be honored guests at our festival if you were to accompany. We would love to have faces such as yours as beacons and joyous proclamations for the good turns that this city will be seeing in its future."
I think taking part in such festivity would be uh, something we'd be happy to do. We have a few obligations. We've made plans to meet with the father over at St. Andrew's this afternoon, see what we can do to assist him. But I'd be very happy to, you know, experience a festival. I think, and he kind of looks to the guys beside him. Um, we have some, as I said, appointments to meet with the father. We were wondering if there was anything uh, we could do to help you. Something that maybe someone of normal conscription might not be able to handle. If there's anything we can help uh, take care of, that kind of thing. We just wanted to make ourselves available and known to you.
I appreciate this. In fact, I might be able to make use of that, of any sorts of skills that you might have. Tell me, do you find yourselves as the inquisitive sort, by chance? Investigative, clever. Is it perhaps your forte to uh, have a little bit more of a keen sense, perhaps?
When we need to be, and the uh, Twilight Rider deigns that we shall.
Very good. It is a important matter, I think. Uh, One that we have kept perhaps a little bit more private, so as to not maybe alarm the public. But this household, we've had some strange happenings recently. One of our butlers and uh, and as well as a lady in waiting, they have not been coming in to work so recently. It is highly unusual. Uh, have not heard from them nor any of their family. Well, more in the sense that their family has not reported that they are ill or anything. I'm sure that it is nothing of high significance, but it has been the case that the help that I typically have around to help with such matters, he is maybe struggling with this particular request. I would greatly appreciate and be ready to sponsor someone who was able to aid me such.
Well, Arium, Zazarak, do you think that's something we can look into?
Yes, I certainly think it is. We have a similar experience over in Barovia with a family who had gone missing.
Hmm, that is tragic. I hope that it is not a case of missing persons, just Cookie. Would be much more convenient if these people were just reasonably a little careworn. Well, you have made your services available to me and all of Valaki in extension. Again, I would encourage that you all make yourselves available to sit with honor with me and my family at the Festival of the Blazing Sun in 2 days' time.
That would be lovely.
Have wonderful iconography here of some bears. What interest do they hold for you?
Mm. Symbols of strength, indomitability. Is one of the few creatures that may stand against the wolves.
I'm curious. Have you ever seen such a fight?
Not with my own eyes. but the symbol has been a marker of my family for generations.
Well, as I said, it is beautiful. I like it very much. You know, if you'd like, we could move all the dry bundles of sticks out of your house. I imagine it quite the fire hazard.
Oh, no, 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 no. Those are for the festival. For the festival.
You plan on burning something rather large at the festival?
It is the festival of the blazing sun.
Well, if
Forgive
you
us, we're not really from this area. Well, I'm unfamiliar with your festival customs. Could you tell us a little bit more about what we can expect?
Well, this would certainly come into, I suppose, best my point of view. This is a newly appointed event. Just this year, we are deciding it is a good thing to pay proper homage to the Dawn Lord and also to the physical manifestation of all that can cause growth in the world of Barovia. As dim as she may be in the sky, behind all of the clouds and the storms, we know that she is there, and the sun brings us at least relief from the night.
Indeed, I've always said there is sanctity to the morning. If the twilight of dawn has meaning, it is that the darkness has receded. We can move forward with the day, knowing that the creatures of night must wait until the sun falls and dusk is upon us once more.
Precisely, that is exactly it. You understand perfectly.
Uh, are these sticks meant to create some structure, some figure that you'd light and set ablaze?
His eyes kind of sparkle, and he says, "Yes, we'll be spending the next few days constructing the uh, structure and prepare it for the festival itself."
will you just be burning the sticks, or do you have a sacrifice plan?
Oh, no, 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 no. This is a festival. It is no ritual. If anyone were to offer sacrifice at the temple of of the saint, then perhaps they are welcome to in their own time. But it is not a public requisite to offer worship. It is public requisite to attend the festival.
Well, given that we are going to help out in regards of the staff that has no showed, would you mind if we took a little bit of a look around, perhaps ask some questions of some of the individuals that are on staff right now? They might be more willing to answer questions from us than from their employers.
You may ask the members of the staff, but I do ask that you perhaps do not snoop within my own private residence.
Wouldn't dream of it.
We can appoint the den below in the downstairs. You may operate in there. We can request that the everyone on staff speak with you there at some point in the day. Would that be accommodating enough?
I believe so.
Yes, I mean, I guess the only question is whether or not we would undertake that right now or perhaps potentially return tomorrow for those interviews as um, my brother has mentioned we do have other obligations. Perhaps you could give us a moment to confer outside and try and get our ducks in a row before we agree to one thing or another.
Naturally, naturally. Take your time. As I said, I am only just beginning to have my concerns about these employees. Perhaps it is nothing, and we have no reason to worry. I'm sure all will be well.
Naturally.
You want to step outside, like step into the hall and talk?
Hey, have you checked these rooms up here?
The one up on the right is the one near you is simply a small bedroom.
I understand. Well, what do you think? Do we want to undertake this tomorrow, today, not at all?
Why don't you all make me a stealth check?
Does I have disadvantage for my armor? I don't know. Oh my
I
god.
would you
All
use
of my
inspiration.
sheet settings got reset. Cool.
would you like that inspiration?
I have used one. Oh, I think you might be talking there.
No, I'm fine.
Mm.
Even with the disadvantage, I got a 15. I don't know why it's whispering. Did it whisper that?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
No, you're good.
I saw it. I don't know if using that inspiration meant that I got a 19 or a 14, but
It's a 14. The inspiration adds one more die, which means that we just take the middle one.
okay.
Okay, let's see. You guys can continue your conversation. I just needed to get those stealth rolls.
The only
Oh.
issue with making a promise to come back in the morning is if either of our other meetings today require us to do that in the morning. Um, if we have time for a few conversations right now, I don't see why not to have them. Uh, Even if we need to be here a bit longer, we can always push our meeting with the father to this evening.
Yes, but if we push the meeting with father to this evening, then that puts us out after dark if we're going to the Stani settlement.
hmm Well, we'll whatever we have to do outside of town, we'll make sure to do in the afternoon, uh, and then save the father for
Understood.
later on.
Farewell.
Do you go back into the study?
Probably render the decision.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I believe the space you have designated downstairs should be fine, and we will undertake that immediately. Could you give me the names of the staff that you were expecting that has not showed up for work?
He struggles for a moment, uh, and he does give you their names. Although I have been scouring this chapter for the
No
past
worries.
20 minutes trying to
Yeah.
find them, and I
Uh,
can't.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Those names will come in handy in the investigation.
Okay. Well, with that agreed upon, is that what you guys want to do right now? In game. We're gonna end session, but I want to know if that's what your plan is to do that like first thing next week.
I think Zazarak's plan is to sort of do that first thing, but he's gonna go downstairs this way. And if
Okay.
he accidentally goes in some other doors over here, oh well.
Okay.
But then he'll
You just
head
go.
down this set of stairs. I mean,
All
like,
right.
basically, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going out.
W-
Basically, I'll go through that door up there and then down those stairs.
Okay. Let me see if that door is open. That door is unlocked, and there we go. You see a time-faded, but grand master bedroom with furnishings having lost some of their color and splendor. A short pull rope hangs from a wooden trap door in the ceiling.
Oh, grr. I'm not going to do anything about that right now.
All right. You're just gonna go downstairs.
Yeah.
All right. That'll take you into the kitchen, where the cook will look at you again and just say, "Please leave."
Told you to get out already.
Right. Oh, hello. I just wanted to stop in and thank you. The tea and the tarts were delicious.
They'll watch you as they've gestured towards the main exit for you to leave. I will put you
Yeah.
back into that hall.
hmm
Uh
I'll go to whichever. I think it was this room
yeah.
that was described. Yeah, I'll just head in there.
All right. Arium and Zeldrim, given that the Baron is like watching you leave, do you just head downstairs?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All
The
right.
time- The time for snooping has ended.
All right.
I was
With
expecting another, like, I don't know, find something behind the bear. I should have checked the bear.
right, we'll call session there for tonight.